All right, if I can have everyone's attention, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And this meeting was posted as required by the Texas Open Meetings Act. And thank you all for coming tonight. Welcome, everyone. We have a lot of people we're going to honor tonight, some outstanding students. We do have a quorum, and I'd also ask everyone, please, to let's do a moment of silence if we could. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Tanya Garza.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Corton, senior team, and audience. Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Elizabeth Rodriguez, a 9th grade student at Harlingen School of Health Professions and the daughter of proud parent, Ms. Doris Barrera. Elizabeth is an exemplary student, consistently earning a place on the All-A honor roll. She is also reflecting on her strong academic performance and dedication, to say the least. In addition to her academics, Elizabeth is actively involved in multiple extracurricular activities. She is a member of the Harlingen High School South's Air Force JROTC, and she also participates in book club, Rotary Club, and volunteers with the Harlingen Public Library. Her interests extend to athletics as well, as she enjoys playing soccer, basketball, boxing, and volleyball. Looking ahead, Elizabeth has set her sights on serving in the U.S. Navy for 6 years, aspiring to become a fighter pilot. While serving, she plans to pursue her bachelor's degree and hopes to continue her education to earn her master's and her doctorate degree in the medical field as well. Please help me welcome Elizabeth Rodriguez.
May you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you, Elizabeth. What goals you have. I'm always amazed at how someone like you can keep such excellent grades in all your extracurricular activities, and your goal of becoming a Navy fighter pilot and like flying off an aircraft carrier, maybe you'll go to Top Gun school, huh? So that's really incredible, and you're going to do very well. Thank you for honoring us tonight. We appreciate that. Okay, our next item is going to be awards and recognitions, and I'm going to ask Ms. Leanne Hintz to come up and recognize the UIL Academic Elementary School champions.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Corton, administration, and audience. It is my pleasure to recognize the UIL Academic Elementary Sweepstakes winners in small and large school divisions. On January 25th, all 17 elementary schools competed in person for the first time in 6 years. Students competed in the following events: art, dictionary skills, listening skills, maps, graphs, and charts, music memory, number sense, oral reading, ready writing, social studies, and spelling. It was quite the day. At this time, I would like to invite the board and Dr. Corton to come down for a photo, and parents, you are welcome to take as many photos as you like once our district photographer is done. So if you would like to come down at this time. In the small school division, placing third with 76 points is Travis Elementary. All right, parents, if you would like to take a photo, this would be the time. All right, if you guys would stand over to the right once the photos are done, and we will move on to our second place sweepstakes winners with 90 points, Bowie Elementary. Okay, parents, if you would like to take a photo. Congratulations. Your small school UIL Academic District champions with 108 points, Wilson Elementary. All right, any parents? Congratulations. At this time, the board will now take their seats and say a few words to our small school winners. And after the comments, students, you may exit from the room to make room for our large school division winners.
Mr. President, may I make a comment?
Please, Dr. Munoz.
Wow, what a great group of students. They look so young and, man, so talented. Wonderful. And can you repeat what the competitions were?
There were 10 different events.
Wow.
Everything from art, dictionary skills, listening skills, maps, graphs, and charts, music memory, number sense, oral reading, ready writing, social studies, and spelling. It covers it
So
all.
like, and these are like 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds?
Yes,
12
third, fourth, fifth graders, I would say most.
So how, like, I wish my kids had listening skills, my personal. Thank you, parents. Thank you, kids. Great job. Fantastic job.
Dr. Ronigan?
Yes, please, thank you. I want to add my congratulations as well. Students, this kind of competition at such a young age, and you're already there competing in person and, getting the jitters and practicing ahead of time and then, performing on game day, on competition day. That is just such great experience. And here you got first, second, and third place. Congratulations. Just what a wonderful foundation. And you're going to be able to use that over and over again, that confidence that you've built and you know how to prepare and do this. And I bet there's a whole bunch of people in the audience that you're going to thank for helping you, including teachers and coaches who got you ready, and parents, because I bet they kind of drilled you on whatever, spelling and all of the maps and charts and numbers and everything else. So I know you're very thankful and full of gratitude for all the support, and we thank you as well, parents and teachers and coaches for jumping in there and providing that extra support. And congratulations to all. So super, super job.
Congratulations to all of our small schools. You may now exit and take photos in the lobby. And thank you to all the parents who came tonight.
Mrs. Entz, real quick.
One last thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait,
For
before you go.
those in the audience and those that are watching, we have 17 elementary schools. So that is some serious competition.
Right.
The top 3 out of the 17, and they are some really dynamic schools. So again, congratulations to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. If the board members would now come back down with Dr. Corton, we're going to move on to our large school division. In third place, with 73 points, is Bonham Elementary. All right, parents, if you'd like to take a photo. Congratulations. Placing second with 87 points is Long Elementary. Parents, you can now take your photos. Congratulations. And your large school district champions with a whopping 238 points is Lee H. Means Fine Arts Academy. Let's take this group and over to the other side. Congratulations. Go for it, parents. Congratulations. At this time, I would like to ask the board to take their seats and all students to please remain in the boardroom for comments.
Huh? Did he? Oh, okay. So, Dr. Cano Monreal would have a few comments.
Well, first of all, congratulations, and all of these schools are very near and dear to my heart, so yay to Bonham Elementary, because that's my alma mater, so, you know, I'm super proud of you all. And I know that Lee Means Fine Arts Academy, I mean, y'all have the shirts to show it, what, five-time 7-time champion.
But who's counting?
So that's my kid's alma mater, so I mean, I have to, give a shout out to that, near and dear to my heart, but I'm looking at Long, and I'm seeing Principal Sanchez over there. She knows a little bit about means, so I think, it's good, competition's good. So very, very happy to see you all here, and with such big representation, all the parent supports, that's definitely necessary. I know when those UIL buses, I'm one of those parents too that's dropping off for UIL competitions, those buses have to leave pretty early in the morning, or you are doing a drop off at a school really early in the morning. So thank you to all the parents that make that happen, and a huge, huge thank you to the coaches that give additional time outside of their classroom to work with these kids on all of these events. So I just want to say a huge thank you. Students, make sure that you go back and say a big thank you to your coaches for working with you. And even though it doesn't sound fun to work on spelling or math more after school or listening skills, make sure that you thank them for all of the time they spend with you. So huge congratulations. I'm sure we'll see you here again next year.
Great.
Mr.
Reiniger?
Powers? Yes, thank you. Again, congratulations to our large group students who put in so much effort and so much time. It was fun to get to talk with you as you were coming through, and the different topics that you competed in, and some of you had done it before, and some of you, this was your first time, and some of you are in 5th grade. What's next, right? There's lots next. So if you're in 5th grade, don't think this is like the last competition. There's so many more, like I'm going to call them like enrichment types of activities, things that you can keep doing and keep pushing yourself. So 5th grade is not where you top out, okay? Keep going, parents, you know this, right? We got to keep them engaged, and we have so many things to offer. And if you're in 3rd and 4th grade, please keep working on this and trying. We were just reading some information earlier today about the importance of like that extra tutoring and that extra after-school type of activity to long-term success. It not only benefits you because we get to see you and celebrate you at today's event, but it benefits you long-term in your academics. So keep up the great work, and please, teachers, mentors, principals, know how much we appreciate this extra effort, because it really does have long-term implications for great success. So it may be spelling today, and it may be school board member for the future, or president, or whatever, right? So keep it going. We're so proud of you. Congratulations.
Just to echo a few comments, the competition is great among these 6 schools that we have,
The 17 elementaries.
well, the 17 elementaries, and it's just amazing the talent that we have in this district. I want to thank the coaches again. I want to thank the parents for working with these kids. I'm sure they did some at home and after hours, and it's really rewarding. And I know it's very, very close every year. And I can tell that in the back here that there's a lot of competition. So those 4th, 3rd graders, y'all keep up the good work, because you got to keep those banners high next year. So Dr. Corton, would you like to say a few comments?
Sure. First of all, students and audience, I'm going to say, how about a huge round of applause for all of our UIL coaches for all their time. Anytime we have a boardroom filled with smiling parents ready to just hang out and recognize the students with us, that's always a great thing, a great evening for us. So I too want to say thank you to you all, because we realize that, it takes a lot for students to engage in extracurriculars. But the importance of that, and to learn that so early, students, is huge for you all. Because now you know what it feels like to be in a competition. And you also know that regardless of the outcome, you're going to be just fine. It's an opportunity to grow and to learn. And so for that, students, I'm going to say a huge thank you for being courageous and putting in the time. The other thing that I'll end with is Fun fact, I too was a Bonham alumni, I'm just saying. And I did UIL. I think there's probably some awards there still. No, I'm joking. But I do want to say something, because as I look at the room here, Mrs. Means, of course, our Lee Means Elementary Academy, Fine Arts Academy, was named after her. But she spent a lot of time building Long Elementary. And I can't help but think how proud she would be this evening to see all of you all come in with so much success. So huge congratulations to all of you parents. Again, a huge thank you to you too, because as you all are supporting your students, you let them realize early on that the sky's the limit for them. So a huge thank you to y'all, and y'all have a wonderful evening. Thanks for being here.
Okay, our next item tonight is going to be recognition of HCISD Elementary and Secondary Counselor of the Year recipients. Mrs. Sylvia Gamboa. We'll wait just a few seconds here. Wow.
Y'all can come to the front now.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Cortan, administration, and audience. We are excited to announce Harlingen CISD Counselor of the Year Awards, celebrating excellence in both elementary and secondary categories. This prestigious recognition honors the outstanding contributions of our school counselors who are steadfast in their dedication to ensuring the success and well-being of every student. A district-wide nomination process invited schools and staff to highlight the exceptional efforts of counselors who go above and beyond to support students academically, socially, and emotionally. The nominations were reviewed by the Counselor of the Year Committee, a dedicated group that employed a systemic rubric to evaluate each nominee. With so many incredible counselors making a difference across Harlingen CISD, the selection process was undeniably challenging. Our counselors embody a commitment to student success that sets them apart, and we are proud to have such passionate and dedicated professionals within our district. This recognition is a testament to their tireless efforts, innovative practice, and the positive influence they have on our school communities. I now invite Mr. Powers and Dr. Cortan to the front for photos as we recognize our Counselors of the Year. When called, we also welcome our counselors and administrators to join us for photos. Our Harlingen CISD Elementary Counselor of the Year is Ms. Grecia Zavala from Jefferson Elementary. Our Harlingen CISD Secondary Counselor of the Year is Ms. Marisa Garcia from Vela Middle School. And if we could please have our Board of Trustees down for photos with our counselors and administrators. At this time, we would like to actually invite, yes, our families of our counselors may also come forward to be in pictures as well. Yeah, if we can have our families come forward. I know that our counselors did bring their family members.
Dicen te pego porque te quiero.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Mr. President,
Dr. Muniz.
if I may say a few words, I've got to just say, counselors have a special place in my heart. You know, they are unsung heroes of our school. often going above and beyond, doing things that we don't even, I mean, parents don't know. There are secretaries, there are definitely there are counselors, but also fill-in teachers, there are support system, they're the backbone of our school. And I mean, I appreciate them so much, and you guys have been amazing, you know. It's great that we have you. Of course, I have a special place. Two of my kids go to Vela, so I'm glad that they're there. Glad that they're there, and have a great counselor there as well. But I do know that all of our counselors just need to have that recognition. When somebody passes away, when there's a problem, who's there? The counselors. When there's a lot of success, who's there? The counselors. So thank you, counselors, for being amazing. Thank you very much.
I just want to add my congratulations. Where did our other person go? There you are. Okay, congratulations, and thank you. Thank you to all of our counselors in HCISD. You know, there's my husband for many years was a guidance counselor, and so I got to have that little peek into the amount of dedication and work that you all put in every day to making kids' lives easier and better, and handling the ups and downs that come with childhood, but then as well just the importance of you as a team member to the whole staff. Like what you bring to the table is really important, really special, and really needed. So we celebrate you and we thank you, and it's so nice to get to celebrate your peers here. So congratulations, and thanks for letting us highlight you tonight.
Dr. Cano Monreal?
I'm just going to add to what's already been said by my fellow board members. I think I say this, and I strongly feel this in my heart, is you all open your doors to our kids every day, but most importantly, open your hearts. And for that, I'm extremely grateful. And I see multiple counselors in here, you know, that I'm just grateful for you all doing that on a day-to-day basis for our kids, and for knowing when you need to reach out to parents, and you know, just knowing what they need, and just for being there for them. So for that, extremely grateful. Thank you so much for bringing this to us, Wisconsin, so that we can celebrate you all today, and because it's awesome to be able to do that, and for you all to be celebrated, especially you know, during this month of February when we want to celebrate our counselors above and beyond. And then it's just so nice to see a good support system, because you all support all the time, right? So it's wonderful to be able to see that you all have such a wonderful support system around you, because I think we all need that, right? So congratulations.
Just a few to echo a few comments. I'm a product, I guess, of a counselor, and my two kids went through the Harlingen school system, and the counselors had a major impact on them, not just in helping them with their courses, their education they needed to do, the classes they needed to take, but I've watched through the years kids that have problems that they don't have anybody else to help them, to take care of them, kids that Bobby said that the successes they have, and it's just such a wonderful career that you have, and a benefit that you provide to all of our students. It's something I'm glad that we can recognize you, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
So I'll close it up. First of all, congratulations to both of our ladies. I'll tell you that when we went to see them, they had no idea we were coming. And so each of the campuses had a surprise visit for them. I think each of them said, "Why didn't y'all tell me? I'm crying." I'm like, well, it's fine. It's okay if you cry. Happy tears are good. But I will say at both of those campuses, just to feel the love that everyone at that school had for you all was super heartwarming. And I am the daughter of a counselor, and so I agree with everything that was said up here. The skills that you all give our kids are critical, because on their hardest days, you just never know the impact that a counselor is going to have. And the skills that you all build with them, and just the lessons that they learn in your office, and I would also say in the hallways and in your group sessions and everything else, it's so important Those are lessons that they're going to carry with them their entire lives. And so just thank you for the work that you do. Mrs. Gamboa, a huge thank you to you, because this lady just kind of stands in the background and does everything that she does with a smile. But when she brought this concept, we said, absolutely. What a great way to pay tribute to our counselors, such a huge role that you all play in our schools. And I will also just say, for our counselors, all of our counselors in the audience, I'm going to have you stand, because each of you deserves an entire round of applause. So if you're a counselor, please stand. So thank you to you all as well. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay. Our next item on the agenda is our principal's report.
I know we're doing.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Recognition of our PTS Students of the Month for February, Sylvia Gamboa.
Good evening again. This evening, we will recognize our February PTSA Students of the Month. Our students represent the PTSAs of Harlingen High School, Harlingen High School South, Harlingen Collegiate High School, and Harlingen School of Health Professions. We hope you enjoy.
Hi, my name is Avery Loya, and I'm a senior at Harlingen High School. This year, I'm the president of the National Honor Society, president of Rotary Interact, the senior class secretary, a member of the varsity tennis team, a member of PTSA, a part of the student advisory board, a part of the student athletic leadership team, in the top 10% of my graduating class, a current student and student ambassador at Stanford Online High School, and just finished completing an internship at Courthouse. In my free time, I love to spend time with my friends and travel, and I also enjoy reading. While I don't know where I will be attending college, I do know that I will be majoring in English. After college, I plan to attend law school.
Hi, my name is Seven Omick, and I am a senior at Harlingen High School. This year, I am the president of the Law Enforcement Club, member of PTSA, member of NHS, I am an FFA, I am a member of National Honor Society of High School Scholars, I am top 10% of my graduating class, I am a member of 4-H, I'm a member of the Cotillion Club of Harlingen, and I was previously a member of the varsity tennis team. In my free time, I enjoy volunteering at my church, summer camp, and spending time with my family and friends. After high school, I plan on attending Texas A&M University and majoring in biomedical science.
Hi, my name is Ayla Ramirez, and I'm a senior at Harlingen High School South. I'm a part of varsity volleyball, varsity powerlifting, varsity track, PTSA, NCHS, NHS, student council member, a Texas High School Coaches Association academic all-state athlete, and I'm also a part of the Harlingen Cotillion Club. In my free time, I like to hang out with my friends, family, work out, and attend Friday night football games. After high school, I plan on attending a university to major in nursing to hopefully pursue a career in becoming a neonatal intensive care unit nurse.
Hi, my name is Kyra Riebling, and I'm a senior at Harlingen High School South. I am the National Honor Society's parliamentarian as well as the senior class's parliamentarian. I'm a part of the National Technical Honor Society, PTSA, Hope Squad, varsity volleyball, varsity track and field, student council, the top 10% of my class, and I also achieved academic all-state for volleyball. In my free time, I enjoy staying active and hanging out with my friends and family. I also enjoy supporting my friends at their sporting events. Though I'm undecided on where I will attend, I will major in nursing and plan to go back to school to become a nurse practitioner.
Hi, my name is Adrian Sines. I am a senior at Harlingen Collegiate High. I am a member of PTSA, the Yearbook Club, the Rockets Club, and the Engineering Pathway. I like to spend my free time with my friends and family, as well as 3D modeling and volunteering at Beyond the Bell over the summer. After graduation, I'm going to attend UTRGV at Edinburgh and major in computer engineering.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Garza, and I am a senior at Harlingen Collegiate High. This year, I am involved in National Honor Society, Student Council, Yearbook Club. I'm an HCH Student Ambassador, a PTSA member, as well as being in the top 10% of my senior class. In my free time, I enjoy spending time with family and friends. My plans after high school are to attend UT Austin, where I will be majoring in political science and attend law school to become an immigration attorney.
Hi, my name is Kate Gomez, and I'm a senior at Harlingen School of Health Professions. I'm a member of the National Honor Society, National Technical Honor Society, Rotary Interact Club, Parent-Teacher Student Association, President of the Spanish Club, and I am part of the Pharmacy Technician Pathway. I am a cheerleader at the Marine Military Academy, where I served as captain for 2 years and was also named a 3-time All-American. I am part of the varsity volleyball and varsity track team at Rio Hondo High School and was named All-State Academic. Some of my hobbies include reading, spending time with my family, going to the beach, kayaking, and golfing. I plan to attend the University of Incarnate Word and will major in nutritional sciences. Hi, my name is Liliana Gomez, and I am a senior at the Harlingen School of Health Professions. This year, I am Student Council President. I serve as a member on the Superintendent Student Advisory Board. I am in the top 10 of my class. I'm in the Pharmacy Technician Program. I'm a PTSA member, a varsity tennis player at Harlingen High School, Hope Squad member, HOSA member, and NHS member. Outside of school, I'm a senior company dancer at Palm Valley. I'm a part of the Cotillion Club of Harlingen and Girl Scouts. In my free time, I like to read books, go to the beach, and spend time with my family and friends. Although I don't know where I will be attending college, I plan to major in business.
Congratulations to our Students of the Month. I'd also like to extend a round of applause for our students' family members joining us today. Family, can you please stand? Thank you. We want to thank the Harlingen City Council PTA for celebrating our Students of the Month. On behalf of the organization, I'd like to invite Ms. Beatriz Cruz, Mr. Powers, and Dr. Cortan to come forward for photos with our students. Students, as I call your name, please come up to the front for a photo. From Harlingen High School, Avery Loya. Harlingen High School, 7 Omic. Harlingen High School South, Ella Ramirez. From Harlingen High School South, Kyra Riebling. From Harlingen Collegiate High, Evelyn Garza. Harlingen Collegiate High, Adrian Sines. From Harlingen School of Health Professions, Kate Gomez. And from Harlingen School of Health Professions, Liliana Gomez. I would like to invite our Board of Trustees and campus administrators to come forward for a group photo with our students. Students, please stay behind after photos to allow our Board of Trustees the opportunity to share any comments or remarks.
I think so.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir, Dr. Muniz.
what a great group of kids. I mean, just the videos just keep getting better and better. I see these lists getting longer and longer. Do you guys ever sleep? There's so many activities, you guys. And the parents are laughing in the background, like, yeah, it's a lot. The parents don't sleep, right? It's just wonderful to be able to see, and for me personally, I love seeing, like Lily, a great example, coming through the pharmacy, seeing her success, seeing her grow, and even beyond that. Mom, you know, I've seen her grow, and it's amazing to see our kids grow. I think from a school board's perspective, when we see you as young adults, maybe even babies, growing, and now you're here graduating, and then we're going to see you probably after college. Hopefully you'll come back and visit and just say hello. That's a beautiful thing to see that from our perspective. So congratulations on being Students of the Month. Good luck to all of you. And Kate, I hope to see you at the pharmacy soon. Thank you.
Dr. Manuel?
So I think this year's probably the hardest one to do this for me, but the most exciting, because I feel like every group that comes in, I'm seeing our kids who we've known in our family since they were little, and that I've been able to see grow up. And so I'm at the same time excited, and at the same time it makes me a little teary. But I just want to say congratulations. Thank you for being wonderful humans, just wonderful people all around. And I say this all the time. I love to watch these videos and hear that you all like to spend time with your families. So take advantage of the time you have left before you go off to all of your new adventures. Spend time with your families, give them an extra hug, be a little extra nice, entertain the questions and the conversations that they want to have with you, invite them into your world before you leave, and enjoy the rest of your senior year. I can't wait to see you all at graduation, and I can't wait to see what you all go and do. Just thank you for being awesome and for just doing so much in your communities and at your schools.
I just want to, the future is so bright when you look at these kids. I mean, how amazing your accomplishments, your grades, all the extracurricular, the community service that you do. I mean, we've got a bright future. I hope some of you come back home to our community and give back a little bit if you do. But your careers, we're going to be watching you. You are what make HCISD so proud and what makes us so noticed throughout the district and throughout the state. We have a lot of accomplishments, awards that we receive every year, and it's because of people like you guys that go out with hard work. And I want to comment on your parents too, because I really believe that behind every successful student is a parent or parents that help motivate you and support you. And so the parents here tonight, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Dr. Cortana.
Congratulations. I echo what everybody said up here. Some of you I've seen since you were tiny in tutus, getting ready for a ballet recital, and Adrian walking around with tiny little Adrian at Means Elementary. But as I look at all of you all, I just couldn't be prouder. And as you all are jumping into the next chapter, I want to say that I wish you many blessings. And yes, come back. We want to hear from you. We want to stay connected with you all, because what points of pride you all have already, and I can't imagine what you're going to come home with to tell us all the wonderful things that you've done beyond high school. I'll also say that knowing several of you all personally, as you all are sitting there, I can't help but just be so proud of the people that you are. Community, giving back to your community is huge. And then as I've watched you all interact, especially our student advisory board members, working with our younger advisory board members, what great mentors you all have been. So just a huge thank you to all of you. Thank you. Congratulations.
And Liliana, I remember you with your two banners. I saw the one on the right was a little bit higher than the one on the left. Don't tell Dr. Muniz so, okay?
Just work with seven. Seven will help you.
Thank you all very much. All right. Our next item on the agenda is one of the most enthusiastic principals that I've ever known, Ms. Tina Garza, Harlingen School of Health Professions.
I'll give him a chance to step out. It is a very exciting time, and so good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan, senior team, and members of the audience. I'm honored to present a summary of what Harlingen School of Health Professions has accomplished in the last 10 years and our vision for the future. Today, we celebrate the dedication of our students, staff, and community in fostering excellence and preparing our students for lifelong success. At this time, I'd like to recognize the staff that are here with us this evening because they are also a very critical part of the magic that happens in our space. So we have Mr. Cortan, our assistant principal, Ms. Morales, our college and career advisor, Ms. Perez, our counselor, who we recognized earlier. We have our department leads, Mr. Sparrow for social studies, Ms. Prado for CTE, the heart and the lifeline of the school, right? Why they come to HSHP. Ms. Cisneros, our English department lead. We have Mr. Zavala, our science lead, and Ms. Escalante, our math lead. So all the magic that happens in our space is a part of the leadership that we have sitting here before you. So our district strategic plan serves as a foundation for shaping the future of our campus, guiding every decision and initiative to ensure student success. It provides a clear vision and direction, aligning our campus goals with district-wide priorities to empower students at every stage of their educational journey. By focusing on preparing students for experiences beyond the classroom, whether in college, careers, or life, we create opportunities that foster growth, resilience, and readiness for the real world. A strong strategic plan ensures that each campus has the tools and support to share its unique story, building meaningful connections with families and the community. When a district and a campus work in unison, driven by a shared vision, we create an environment where every student can thrive. Over the last 10 years, our campus has made incredible strides in academic achievement, extracurricular activities, and community engagement. In academics, we've seen consistent improvement in state assessment and advanced placement scores, earning recognition as a top-performing campus by U.S. News & World Report and as a Gold Acorn by College Board's Advanced Placement Program. Our extracurricular programs that are aligned with our district's secondary campuses have flourished, with students excelling in the arts and athletics. Community engagement has also been a cornerstone of our success and is a critical component of our health science curriculum experiences. Harlingen School of Health Professions' strong partnerships with local businesses provide our students with invaluable opportunities that now expand over 21 different community partners in our community. These accomplishments are a testament to the hard work and collaboration of everyone involved at all levels at Harlingen School of Health Professions. To date, Harlingen School of Health Professions has graduated 465 students, and of those graduates, 1/3 have reached their undergraduate milestones and are continuing to graduate schools, while others have entered the workforce with a very solid foundation. Our campus's impact is seen in families as well as students. When a family chooses to not just send one, but all of their children to our school, it speaks volumes. It tells us they believe in the education we provide, the values we uphold, and the community we have built. It means they have witnessed firsthand the growth, success, and support their child has received and would not want to be anywhere else. We have currently served over 25 sets of siblings, and that number continues to grow, even as we speak, with students who are coming this coming school year. Trust is not given lightly. It is earned. It is built through dedicated educators, a safe and nurturing environment, and a commitment to excellence that goes beyond the classroom. It is about creating a place that not solely educates students, but shapes futures and strengthens our families. At our campus, we believe in nurturing the whole child by addressing their academic, social, and emotional needs. Through student voice, our academic programs were adapted to meet student perceptions of learning at a specialty school. As such, learning was adapted to embed a health science focus, emphasizing the connections between real world and student learning. The staff utilizes planning time to ensure that every student receives the support and challenges they need to thrive with an embedded health science focus. Students research the triangular area of the heart that marks the location of the atrioventricular node. They measure two sides of the triangle and use the Pythagorean theorem to solve for the missing side. Students also use trigonometric ratios to solve for the angles within the triangle, and that was an incorporation into a math class. AP World History students presented on medical advances that happened in the Industrial Revolution, and biology studied the chemical reaction that occurs in digestion, analyzing the use of antacids and how it impacts the pH in stomach acid. This creative approach to learning creates purpose for students across all content areas and has sparked a level of health science learning even for our HSHP staff. Social emotional learning is at the heart of what we do, with a full-time counselor and college and career advisor. Through collaborative planning, this team provides informative talks and mindful sessions promoting mental health and well-being. Wellness initiatives, including embedded opportunities to attend the Wellness Center on our campus and lunch recess, further demonstrate our commitment to supporting every aspect of our students' development. This holistic approach prepares our students with the skills to face challenges beyond the classroom with confidence and resilience. As recipients of multiple grants, including the Laura Bush Foundation 5K and the National Society for High School Scholars, we have been able to furnish our Wellness Center and our ILC with supplies to support social emotional learning, including books on coping, anxiety, stressors, adolescence, and depression, just to name a few. Preparing students for success beyond high school is one of our primary goals. In terms of college readiness, our graduates have met or exceeded college admission standards, thanks to initiatives like comprehensive application workshops and scholarship guidance by our college and career advisor. Our career participation programs continue to expand as we creatively design pipeline opportunities between UTRGV and our career and technical pathways, which are the foundation of the experiences offered at HSHP. A quick synopsis of events that we have hosted included a distinguished lecture series, which you'll see Dr. LaFontaine presenting on the podiatric medicine, virtual research lab tours with the BMed program that we took our students on, and an upcoming event to engage students in the area of dermatology, which we'll be hosting right before spring break. How fitting, right, before they go out in the sun. Our focus is on ensuring that every student is equipped with the skills and knowledge that they need for the 13th year and beyond. In closing, and on behalf of the campus, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the school board, our superintendent, Dr. Cortan, senior team, and our community for your unwavering support. These achievements are the result of your dedication to our school and our students. We invite you to join us at upcoming campus events to see firsthand the incredible work being done. Thank you for being a part of our story. Together, we will continue to achieve great things. So, our success is best reflected in the voices of our students, our teachers, and our community partners. These stories remind us of why we do what we do, to inspire us to continue striving for excellence. Enjoy this video montage.
Our affiliation with HSHP started about 5 years ago, and they asked us to see if we could become a partner to place some of the students, which we gladly did. And since about 2019, when we started, we have had a little over 120 students that have come through our facilities. And usually we are able to place medical assistant students, dental assistant students, and pharmacy tech students. Quite honestly, just yesterday I was talking to one of our hygienists, and she was so proud of this young man we have currently in the dental department. And so it does a lot for them, as it does for me as well, because we do get to see the improvement. So I think it's twofold. It helps the community, us, but it also helps the students as well. I think a lot of the students, I like to meet with them when they are done with their rotation. I like to be able to ask them, how did you do? But some of the feedback I get is the fact that they feel it's too short of a time, and they really appreciate what they've done.
Here at HSHP, we have made it a goal of ours to incorporate medical curriculum into all subjects. That's even core classes, your math, your science, your Englishes. We take what the student learns in their health science course that year, and we get together with the teachers and we choose a topic. And so each core subject takes that topic that is being taught in their health science class and connecting it to their content. Okay, so for instance, Spanish works a lot with translation, so that in turn helps them when they're seniors in practicum using medical terminology in Spanish. And that's really giving the students more depth of medical knowledge and how it can be used outside of, your typical healthcare setting.
I feel like the students really enjoy the projects. I know I enjoy seeing them speak the languages they're hearing in the other classrooms. Because we make these connections with CTE, we're able to lean on them for vocabulary that we can embed in the lessons. And it really makes it nice, the connections that we're hearing when I hear students talking about what they're hearing and saying in other classrooms and then bringing it in here. It just makes it, I think we went the right direction.
I feel like it definitely makes me more excited. To me, it's always been amazing to kind of like tie into what I'm learning with something new. So it kind of gives you an insight of that the stuff we're learning now actually does tie into later on when you're learning about medicine. So Phoenix Time is kind of like your homeroom. You have a mix of all grade levels from 8th through 11th, and you gotta get to meet new people, and it's also a time where you can have different classes like Character Strong, and it's mainly just a time to collaborate, also study. So we also have kind of like recess where we go outside during lunch and we get to play volleyball, football, soccer, all kinds of things, whatever you choose. And it's just a fun time to relax and just de-stress from all of the classwork that you were doing prior. It's amazing. It unlocks like my inner child. Like I kind of feel like I'm back in elementary playing on the playground. So the Wellness Center is definitely a time to, again, decompress and de-stress. There's music playing, and it's kind of a time to reflect. My experience at the school has been amazing, and overall I've built so many lifelong friendships, and I've learned so much from the school, and it's definitely a great time.
Thank you. Well, I'll open it up to any questions or comments.
Dr. McGee.
Mr. President, thank you. I can't believe when you put this up there that it's been over 10 years.
10 years. We're celebrating year 11.
Very fortunate to be part of the group that was visiting other schools before the School of Health
Sure.
Professions was actually built. And what a privilege to be able to be there, see the first graduation, and now be here with you. You've been doing such an amazing job, What a fantastic job you're doing. Not just a great job, a fantastic job.
Thank you.
We get such great feedback from the students, and of course, being a partner with the pharmacy, always getting great feedback from them, talking about what great things are happening over there. And it's really cool to be able to be part of that. So keep up the great work and great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
I don't know that I have any questions. That I will mention the social wellness. You highlighted that a couple times. I think that's really important, not only for our students, but for our teachers. Are they taking advantage of that as well?
They absolutely are. The counselor giggles. Yes, we actually, even as an admin team, will go up there and sometimes have meetings in those spaces as well. So it's a very well-used space.
Yeah.
You notice the number of visits. So we have students who go in the morning. Some go at lunch, some go after school, so it just depends on what it is that's being offered as far as opportunities for presentations, but a lot of them love to go into that space.
So
Teachers
to
as
understand this correctly, 72% of your current students are using that wellness room?
Yes.
Or have visited?
Have
the-
visited.
yeah.
Well, everyone, we actually embedded an opportunity for everyone to go. That's not always something that everyone is probably in tune to, but we wanted everyone to have at least a basic experience. And so I think with that, we opened up some neat doors for some students, and so they go in there frequently. We track that data so we can see who's going and what part of the wellness center they're utilizing.
It was really cool at last year's graduation. I was able to get a glimpse in the back when all the students are there, and one of the counselors, I believe, was leading everybody in a meditation.
Yes, she was.
Do you remember that?
It was Ms. Bettis. Yes, it was.
It was awesome. Everybody was just quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Your teach. It's kind of these are skills that typically we don't learn in school.
Absolutely.
And here you are teaching it, and then having a room to be able to use it. I think that's fantastic. So, great job.
That was her idea. Yes. Thank you.
Good job. Great idea.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Dr.
thank you.
Monreal.
Great presentation. I
Thank you.
love the integration of the core concepts and into multiple areas of study. So I think that's awesome when you can do that and just kind of bridge those things in different subject areas. Just want to say a huge thank you. I think people Some of your students probably initially, when they first start health professions, it's kind of like, oh my goodness, like why are they so strict about, we have to be precise in how we spell something or say something or, write something out. But I think now when you look at it, right, full circle, and you see what you illustrated in the video, when they go out into these clinics, right, they realize how important those things are, right? Because the expectations out there are, that's when it's critical. And so I appreciate and applaud you for sticking to that, and for setting the bar high for these kids. As soon as they get to health professions, they know, right? They may not know right away, but I think they know within the first.
I think by Christmas. No, I'm just
Yes,
kidding.
by Christmas they know, right? Like these are the expectations. And so I applaud you all for doing that and getting these kids ready. And I will echo, I think what was in the video is, I think at the end of their rotation, it's like, wait a minute, I'm just feeling comfortable here and now I'm going someplace else, right? But I think that opens the door for them to meet these people in the community and want to come back and feel like they've got a connection, right? So I think that's great. And the addition of, your college and career counselor, I think has made a wonderful addition, to the space. And kudos also to the video on the Champions Check-In, because the Zen space was highlighted in that too. And so, we need to all go and hang out there.
You
'cause
absolutely
it looks
can.
amazing.
Yes.
So just congratulations. And I remember like when the school was opening and you had everyone went and did the ribbon cutting, and I cannot believe it's been 10 years. And I'm just looking forward to what y'all do next. So keep looking for those grants and bringing innovation to the campus. I'm just pleased with everything that you all do there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Reiniger?
Thank you so much for this presentation. And thank you to your whole team being here and the work you do every day to make this school truly just, the standard, right? Like the gold standard, not just the gold standard. Thank you for that. It's such impressive work. For me, it's like thinking through the amount of work it took for your whole team to think through how do we incorporate health into every subject and make it meaningful, not just kind of there. It's like, no, we really drive this home. I commend that the maintaining and growing the number of partners you have, that effort, huge work. But then makes the students see their career choices and their current work and their career choices in whole different ways. So that's commendable. I love the recess. That's like music to my ears, total music to my ears. Thank you for doing that and showing that high school students need it, love it, deserve it.
They do.
That's awesome. And then I just wanted to there'll be a question in here as well, but I want to commend you on how you have your whole team has continuously evolved the delivery of your content across topics with ideas, supplement over the 10 years. It wasn't like, oh, okay, we got it, check it off, we're done. You're always thinking about how to make it better, tweak this, add this. And so I really enjoyed getting to see that and hear about that from your students. So my question is, what do you see coming? Like, what's next in terms of your evolution? I can't even say the word. Evolution, or what areas do you feel like, we have to push into this space more, or this is, not where we want to be yet?
I think the technology piece is going to be our biggest. I think that has been something that we continue to work on. That is changing so fast. And students are sometimes way ahead of us on some pieces. And so we're always thinking about how can we be more creative in the delivery. The content doesn't change. I think it's the learners and how we're expediting getting the content to them. And so the teachers are always, even at this last AI conference that we just had, we had teachers who were there learning and, keeping their boots on the ground and looking at what's happening so that we can always continue to meet the needs of our students. And so that's why this job changes all the time. Every group of students that we get in is very different, and so we're always looking at how we can engage them and make sure that we're meeting our needs of our community partners as well. And so I think we have a great team. It takes a lot of brainstorming, but they're a great think tank at every grade level, and so that's where all of this magic and this planning is happening, so that they can pick a topic. But to the pieces that you mentioned, I mean, I think when our seniors get to practicum and they actually go out and they say, do you speak Spanish? And they're like, yes, and they grab them and they take them into a room, that's when they understand why it's so critical to learn their medical terminology and the Spanish at the same time. And so all of that validates the journey that they've been on for me. So I think that's something that we will continue to work on meeting, because like I said, the dynamics are just changing so fast in education. And so we want to make sure that, again, we're helping them prepare for future, but also engaging them while they're in our space.
Thank you for saying that. I couldn't agree with you more that the biomedical technology pieces are just transforming healthcare. So that'll be great. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Great job, everybody. Thank you for being here.
I just had a quick question. I saw you were using, Mrs. Galante, it was like a light board in your class. So did y'all purchase that? Or, I mean, I have someone actually who makes them as part of technology at TSTC. So I'm just putting that out there. We kind of know how to make, so, but I think that's awesome. I think it's a grant, perfect.
Yes, through HAEF.
Yes, and we can do like video and flip it around. So yeah, anytime, I'd love to go check that out.
You
Yes.
need to, and she
Yes.
actually lets the students take the lead on it. And so
Okay.
they go up there and
Awesome.
present and do, yes.
Yeah,
So
I'd
they're-
love to go check that out.
You need to come check it out. Yeah, it's neat.
That's great.
All right. Well, I just have a few comments. I can't believe it's been 10 years. One of the greatest things that we ever did, I think, as a school district was to open that campus, and you opened the doors, and you were the first and still the principal there. I'm amazed the times I visit you and your campus that your staff is amazing. The culture that you all have created for both the staff and their students are just incredible. One of the things that I've always been amazed about health professions, and it really struck me at the graduation last year, and something that you have so many accomplishments and so many, I mean, you're one of the highest performing campuses that we have every year, and that's because of your leadership and the leadership of your staff. But you talked about college readiness and career readiness, and I was amazed last year at graduation at the certifications. These kids graduate where they can go get good paying jobs, professional jobs. And I mean, and not just one certification. I remember you were bragging on these kids last year about, some of them had as many as what, two or lots of them had two.
Lots of them
Some of them had more than two certifications in different categories where they could even go, to postgraduate and work while they're doing that at a really good paying job. So thank you for all y'all do. Y'all have a great campus, a great program, and just doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So, yes to everything that they've said, but I remember so many years ago, I remember it like it was yesterday, standing in 503, and we had a committee meeting in that room, and it was a big U, and we had this discussion about, like, wouldn't it be really neat if we could bring something like this concept to our community? And at the time, we spoke a little bit about the needs of the region and what that work pipeline needed to look like. And I cannot tell you how proud I am of everything that y'all have done. I would say that you far exceeded the expectations from that meeting so many years ago. And sitting in a room in 511, and you looking at all the files and doing all the campus visits and everything else. I can't help but pause and just say thank you. Because, like I said, you all have far exceeded the expectations. And here's the neat thing, is that every year is a new year for you all. Regardless of how many successes you had the year before, you come back and you're just upping your game all the time. And I know at times when we've pushed and kept the commitment to excellence, kind of like what Marisol spoke about in that video, we realized that one year we came to you a few years ago and said, hey, wouldn't it be great if ... And it was really, could we take that CTE concept and run it through all the disciplines? And so I'm going to personally say thank you, because it was a pretty big challenge to do that. But just like with everything else, you all came together as a team and you said, how do we get this done? And today, it's a wonderful thing to be able to walk in that campus, and there's a little bit of medicine in every single classroom, regardless of the content. So just a huge thank you, because I realized that it was a little bit challenging, right, at times. But like I said, you all always come together and do that. The other thing that I'll say is that if our partners are watching today, I just want to say a huge thank you. And as we go out into the community and we're looking for partners, people just can't help to say yes. And it's because of the culture and the excellence that you all have at that campus. Our kids are coming in, and I love being in, I don't love being in a hospital, but when I'm there, I have loved to be able to see our kids coming in. Anytime I see those teal scrubs, it's just such a moment of pride. So just thank you to each of you, because it truly has been quite a journey. And like I said, what I love is that every year it's something new. Like, how do we move into that next dimension? And I agree with Dr. Monreal, everything that you all have done to support kids. Personally, I want to say thank you as a parent too, because it's a lot. And every day that she's there, she gets supported by everyone. So just a huge thank you. And especially to you, Tina, because I know you guys say, well, no, it's a team. And it is. But at the end of the day, you have to have a visionary leader that's going to continue to push the envelope and make sure that we're exactly where we need to be and beyond. And then lastly, I'll just remind you to keep on staying in touch with your kids, because your database is really impressive. And what I love is that I'll go in and say, hey, have you heard from these kids? And you're like, yes, let me tell you what they're doing. But I love that, because that just, it speaks volumes about the experience there. And you all have shared with them that it doesn't end at high school graduation.
No.
It continues. So just a huge thank you for that as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. President, do you mind if I?
No, jump in, please.
I'm not going to tell you to start over, so that's
No.
good. I apologize for being
That's
late,
okay.
and but I do want to just ask for a favor. And first of all, if you could send me whatever video presentation, I'd love to. I can go back and watch it on the regular meeting, but I'd love to get it from you. But I want to echo some of the comments. I mean, you've done a great job there with the culture, but more importantly, just the environment. It's like a college campus, and the environment's there, and the kids just behave in a certain way. They're very, it's just very polished and very poised and really just ready for the next steps, whatever, and very confident. It's a pretty cool space. And I hear that from a lot of the different partners, and I hear that from just a lot of the folks that visit there. They're very, very impressed. And so keep up the great work. And I know you have a lot of staff to thank for that as well. And it's teamwork. I will ask that, and I'm glad Dr. Corton brought that up. I hope that you, and I'm sure you already are, and I know you are, but we can continue to do that where you bring your graduates back, and now they're either in professional schools or they're in professions already, and they can come back and speak and tell them, like, hey, I came here and now look at me, and that's kind of stuff, because it's one thing to hear from an old guy like me, or Dr. Moniz or Dr. anyone on this board, but even folks that are in real jobs that they're aspiring to do, but to see somebody that was at that school closer to their age is pretty inspiring, powerful. Yeah. So if you can continue to do that, and then lastly, just a reminder to sort of, and I know you all do this already, but to let the students know that everything they do, they may think they know what they're going to do, but to keep an open mind and remember that everything they do, there's stackable credentials, and they can keep going, or they can step off into the job market whatever they want, whether it's on the nursing side or on the tech side, dental, medical. There's all kinds of just stackable kind of things they can do, and I have a lot of I hired some folks that wanted to be physicians, but just it wasn't their niche, and they're the happiest physician assistants in the world, and they're doing incredible work. Same thing with nurse practitioners and CRNAs and things like that, and they thought they were just going to be a lab tech. Then they went back and then they did, and so just to have that sort of thing that it's lifelong learning, and there's all kinds of opportunities, and just keep an open mind about, about things. But keep up the great work, and I'm sorry I missed your presentation, but you all are doing amazing things, and it's really because of incredible leadership, but incredible teamwork. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right. Very good. Thank you. Yes, thank you, guys.
Thank you to your staff, too. Let's get a picture of everybody.
All right, just like that, big smile, straight ahead, ready, 1, 2, 3, one more, one more. Awesome, very good.
All right, awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Here's my nail, big smile. God, I wish I was my own. Doing a great job. Are you done?
I didn't realize we were so tight. Y'all were down before.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next item. Mr. Leffner, do we have any public comments for agenda topics?
Mr. President, we have no requests for public comments for agenda topics.
All right. And on item number 5, do we have any public audience for non-agenda topics?
There is one request for a public audience for a non-agenda topic titled Blue Bonnet Curriculum by Gabriela Gonzalez.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gonzalez, you want to come forward and to the podium, please? I'm required to read a script for you, so I don't know if you've been here before, but let me read this. Let me find the right one. I assume it's this one. That's the only one I got. Let's see. Oops. I don't have one for non, okay. All right, we're required to read this before we start public comments, so the next item on the agenda is public audience for non-agenda topics, which is a time for members of the audience to address the Board of Trustees. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public audience for non-agenda topics. Anyone who wants to speak during public audience for non-agenda topics must sign up prior to the start of the meeting and list the non-agenda topic they wish to discuss. All speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. Any public testimony speaker who is speaking through a translator will receive up to 6 minutes to address the board. If a group of people want to be heard on the same topic, the board asks that they designate a spokesman to avoid needless repetition. The board shall allot no more than 30 minutes for speakers on items not on tonight's agenda. Please keep your comments or criticisms civil and courteous. Please also avoid using profanity or refrain from making personal attacks on others during your opportunity to speak. We ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. No yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will be permitted. In the event your comment, in the judgment of the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it may be necessary for me to interrupt you and ask you to stop and direct you to proceed with the school district's formal grievance procedures, or to have the item heard in executive session, depending on the nature of the complaint. If a speaker is seeking board resolution of a specific complaint, that concern should be addressed through the district's grievance process, which can be found online and include policies D, G, BA, FNG, and GF. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus and administration office or in the central office of the administration. Thank you, and would you like a 1-minute warning or 30 seconds or?
I guess 30 seconds, but I practiced it, so I'm pretty sure I'm within the 3 minutes.
All right. Ms. Scoggins, will you be a timekeeper?
Yes, sir.
All right. Feel free to begin.
Okay. My name is Gabriela Gonzalez, and I have 2 students in HCISD in the elementary school. I believe that raising, educating, and mentoring the children who will one day inherit our legacy is perhaps the most important thing that we will do before our time on earth is up. We must provide them with a well-rounded education that keeps their minds open. We must show them to find pride in the success of their ancestors and in their own success. We must teach them that that pride cannot eclipse the knowledge that history is filled with mistakes that should never be repeated. The Bluebonnet curriculum that is currently being considered cannot do that. The failings of this curriculum are evident from the start. The kindergarten lessons go against nearly all up-to-date recommendations on early literacy. The Texas American Federation of Teachers has stated that this curriculum is filled with ineffective lessons that are not age-appropriate in content or lesson length. The curriculum rewrites and erases so much of Black and Native American history, and it won't stop there. I believe they will do the same to our history. Texas history, the story of Mexican Americans, immigrants, farmers, and other blue-collar workers is in danger. We have given so much to this country, and we have earned our place in the history books. Our children deserve to learn about their heritage and their ancestors on our terms. The people who wrote the curriculum have never directly experienced the culture and the history that have made our community here in the Valley and the Hispanic community at large so unique and proud. The most controversial aspect of this curriculum is no doubt its inclusion of biblical stories. While I do believe there is a time and place for religious learning, it is not in a school, it is in homes and churches. Parents are responsible for ensuring a child's religious upbringing, not the state. Church doesn't hand out grades, as we are only accountable to our God, so why should there be religion in school? Furthermore, the Bible stories that are included are abridged and distorted, and the core lesson of the stories that they include is often not there. Unless it can be proven beyond reasonable doubt, either by reputable studies, education experts, or teachers themselves, that this curriculum will improve reading level, test performance, college admission rates, or success in the workforce, then we should allow experts to develop curriculum based on proven methods. And please, don't just take my word for it. I have reached out to community members and have heard time and again that implementing this...
you have 30 seconds.
Okay. That implementing this curriculum would negatively impact our children. Parents and guardians across the state have expressed many of the same concerns I have brought up today. In the end, we all want what is best for our children, and I simply do not believe that this Bluebonnet curriculum will provide that. My children are currently thriving at Lee H. Means, and the last thing I want to do is pull them from it, but I will if I have to, because this curriculum is not right for our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Just so the public knows, when you have public comments, the board is not allowed to respond. So I just want you to know that we did hear you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is the approval of the consent calendar. And item A is consideration of approval of proclamations. And I'll just,
You want to approve it first, or do you have any statements?
no, I have a statement on the proclamations that we have for this month. So, under the consent agenda this month, we have the honor of recognizing several proclamations that shine a light on the amazing people and opportunities that make HCISD a special place. We begin by recognizing March as National Nutrition Month, a time for us to continue inspiring our students, our staff, and families to make healthier food choices and embrace active lifestyles. March is also National Athletic Training Month, where we celebrate the dedicated professionals who keep our students safe, healthy, and strong. We are grateful for their tireless commitment to our schools. And the reason we're doing the March recognitions today is because our next meeting will be into March, so we want to do that now, so when we start March, everybody's aware of it. We are proud to recognize National Social Work Month in March as well. Social workers are the backbone of our support system, helping students and families navigate challenges with compassion and care. We thank them for being pillars of strength in our community. March the 4th through the 8th marks Texas Public School Week at HCISD, a time to celebrate the incredible achievements happening in our classrooms. Our students, our teachers, and our staff embody the spirit of excellence, creativity, and dedication that drives public education forward. We are proud of the work they do every day to shape the future of Texas. In March, we also take time to appreciate our maintenance workers Appreciation Day. These dedicated individuals keep our schools safe, clean, and welcoming. Their behind-the-scenes efforts are the foundation of our daily success, and we deeply appreciate and are thankful for all they do. Everything really begins with these folks every day. Additionally, we observe World Down Syndrome Day on March 21st, celebrating the unique talents, achievements, and contributions of individuals with Down syndrome. HCISD is proud to foster an inclusive environment where every student is empowered to reach their fullest potential and feel valued for who they are. To those we recognize this month and in March, thank you for your passion, your dedication, and your positive impact. Next, I guess I will entertain a motion to accept the remainder of the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Reiniger. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Muniz. Is there any further discussion on any items? I think we're good. All right. Well, any further discussion? None? Then we will proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. The next item is matters relating to transformation and school support, and it's our Transformation Teaching and Learning Committee report. I'd ask Dr. Veronica Corton to please comment on that.
Mr. Powers, board members, administration, and audience, this last month we had Elvia Loeta, our head nurse for health services, come and present to us. She presented a lot of the work that we're doing around medical emergency management and our proactive approach. In her presentation, she spoke about our school emergencies and how we're addressing those and equipping our staff should we need to have those plans jump into place there. She also spoke about reducing the response time and improving outcomes to make sure that we had effective communication and collaboration should we have an emergency. She also mentioned that her goal is to make sure that all of our schools are fully prepared. She explained to us the Medical Emergency Response Plan, or MERP, which in our case, that gives us the opportunity to come back to each campus every year and make sure that we're going to be well equipped and informed with campus nurses and the entire team. She also spoke a little bit about all the work that they're doing to ensure that we increase the number of people in our district who are CPR certified. As you know, those are important skills to have at any point in your life, and so she's on a mission to make sure that we increase that every year. Dr. Bettis chairs that committee. I'll hand it over to him if there's anything else he'd like to mention.
No, not really. Excellent presentation, and I agree with everything you highlighted. I do want to ask if, these meetings are always very impactful, very, very informative. Are we going to be going back to a two-topic per meeting sort of agenda at our next?
We'll actually start that in April because our March topic, Jennifer Maldonado is actually in the audience. We're going to be hearing from our principal residents. They're going to tell us a little bit about their journey. And the other thing that we're going to be discussing that our principal residents are leading is how we have elevated the teacher voice. They've been working with our Teachers of the Year this year. And so it's too many topics into one presentation.
No worries. Well, trust your judgment on that, but we'll look forward to that next month's meeting. Thank you so much.
All right. So in January, we had a really cold day and we had to let everybody stay home. So our next item is to consideration for approval to submit to the Texas Education Agency a low attendance waiver for inclement weather in January. Ms. Dalia Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Dr. Cortan, Administration and Audience. Yes, as you recall, mid-January, we did face some inclement weather. Harlingen CISD decided that it was in the best interest of our students and staff to cancel school Tuesday, January 21st, and then have a delayed start the following day, Wednesday, January 22nd. Texas Education Agency allows us to submit for a low attendance waiver given certain conditions that include weather, health, or safety, and meets the conditions where our ADA or attendance rate is more than 10 percentage points below the overall attendance rate from the prior year. Given our attendance rate on that Wednesday with a delayed start, we certainly meet that criteria. If the TEA does approve our application and we submit that TEA low attendance waiver, it does allow us to exclude the ADA rate from our January 22nd date and excludes that day from our funding calculations. Administration recommends that we submit and approve our low attendance waiver for the Texas Education Agency for January 22nd.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Garcia.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
As presented.
All right. Motion by Dr. Muniz. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Dr. Monreal. Any further discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. The next item is matters related to curriculum and instruction. And the first thing is consideration for approval of the 2025-2026 school district calendar. Mrs. Jennifer Maldonado. Oh, and if everybody will look in their envelopes or their notebooks, on the inside jacket is the proposed calendars.
Yeah.
Everybody found it? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, our board members, Dr. Cortan, senior team, audience, and guests. Today, we're bringing to you the 25-26 calendar adoption. And what I would like to share with you is that this is no small feat. We begin each calendar year with collecting feedback from our community members, both in-house and our outside community, to find out what are the most pressing issues that we need to consider when adopting the academic calendar for the school year. One of the things that we do is we take that feedback and we bring it to a committee. Now, I did tell the committee members that I was going to post all their names up here. They said, we're not coming. And I said, no, I won't tell anybody who's on the committee, but I'll tell you the makeup of our committee. And the makeup consists of district administrators, campus administrators, instructional coaches, and for the first time, based on feedback from our Teacher Advisory Council, we actually had teachers on our committee this year for the first time. So we were very excited to say that. Once the committee brings forth their drafts based on what TEA states, our guidelines of how we can develop that calendar, what we do is we then bring it back through several layers of the organization as drafts to get feedback again to see what kind of shortcomings we may have, some things we need to consider, because obviously there are multiple lenses that need to make these kinds of decisions. So once all of that is considered, we take it through our campus for campus voting, and only, I will note, only campus members get to vote on the academic calendar as presented with the 3 options that are created. Every year, once those 3 options are created, we also bring it to our Teacher Advisory Council, who has the option to present a 4th calendar if they choose. This year, they did not choose to submit an additional option once they had reviewed the 3 proposed. So even though they're not present, I do want to thank them publicly, our calendar committee members, because it is a very tedious, rigorous process that they go through each year. So as we consider the options, one of the things that I think is really important to note is that our community, when we look at blended learning, which we know makes such an impact for students, that's not only for students. So blended learning is the way that we can learn as the adults of the organization as well. And so as we consider that, we do have a day designed in our calendar, which is called the Professional Development Exchange Day. And the way that works is that the number of hours that teachers would normally work during that day, they work that off in advance in any way that they choose to help prepare and to personally learn something that would help them in the advancement of their career as well. As we consider the voting that occurred with those 3 options, we discovered that about 60% of our community, our campus community, voted on option 2, which is the option that you have inside of your packet today. So with option 2, what is, I think, very important to note is that having a 60% voting for that option, it was a clear winner by our community. Some of the highlights that you will see in option 2, there was resounding feedback from our campus community survey that we conducted, both for students and for the administrators, the teachers as well, to embed wellness breaks inside of our calendar. So if you'll see throughout the calendar, there are strategic breaks throughout, allowing both our students to have some personal time off, but also to have breaks embedded within for the teaching staff to be considerate of time they need to work, maybe in their offices, their classrooms, and additionally having time strategically throughout the year for learning as well. One of the things that I will say is that with that professional learning, again, we do have time with the exchange day that we had mentioned earlier. Okay. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Corton to close out this section.
So lots of great things included in this calendar. I'll tell you that some of the feedback we received from teachers is that they liked the number of days that they had this year to prep for the school year. And so if you notice, on August 4th, 5th, and 6th, they have PD days, and then the 7th, 8th, and 11th, they're able to prepare for students to come back. Next steps with this, we have always used our calendar as an instructional tool, but next steps with this is we're going to go back to our teachers and talk a little bit about professional development. If we look at the calendar and we look at the number of days and the opportunities we have for professional development, we want to make sure we get that right. And so Mrs. Maldonado will be working with some of our teachers and certainly our campus administrators to make sure that the plan that we have in place for professional development is going to meet the needs. As she mentioned earlier, it's about a blended approach, not just for students, but also for adults. And so we're looking forward to getting their feedback. And thank you to Mrs. Maldonado for getting all this together.
Super. All right.
Any questions about the calendar before we move into the next? Sure.
So on that, you mentioned the blended learning. So can they choose, like, if they want to learn something like online, or does it have to be like at a campus? Like, how does that kind of work?
Yes, absolutely. So each year we offer many different options for people to learn. The only thing that we ask is it's related to their current assignment.
All right. Any other questions?
The only other thing I want to make sure of is you have to have a balance, right? There are some professional development sessions that are going to be based on data and what the data is telling us that we need. But the other thing too is that the blended approach if I'm a brand-new teacher, I may not need the same thing as a very seasoned teacher. So we've done that, and that has worked out really well. But just making sure that we have a balance with that. And a lot of the required professional developments that we have to have our educators complete. Mrs. Scoggin is working on that as well to open that window earlier in the summer when they may have a little bit more time. So that's going to be also another thing that we're going to look at for professional development.
Do I have a motion?
I do.
Dr.
I'm
Pettis?
happy to
Go
make a
ahead.
motion. I do have a question. We can.
Go ahead.
Okay,
This-
sure. I think that in the years past, voting has always been a little bit tighter. This is the first year in a while, I think, where it's got a majority with 3 options, which is, I don't know that it's happened in a while. You can check my math on that, but I think usually it's a little bit closer. But I don't think it's a lot different than last year's, right?
Right, and I was just going to say, the feedback that we got is, can you please make sure that there's an option that looks a lot like this year's? And I will say that from the community and from internal people, they really liked last year's calendar. We had a lot of breaks. Like I said, at the beginning of the year, our teacher said, thank you for the time to get ready, because it felt like we were always rushing to that first day of school. And then the other things that the parents enjoyed was the fall break. The fall break and having time, those frequent breaks, was really good for our parents.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Do you want to add anything to that, or?
I will just echo that. And fall break was probably one of the #1 pieces of feedback, next to having frequent breaks.
Well, and I wanted to applaud, district leadership and the curriculum folks and the principals, and because this goes back to just sort of, the articulation of and clarity of messaging of why we're doing certain things, about around best practices. There's a rationale and explaining folks to why, and that alignment with not only your teachers and everything else, but more importantly, parents and students and everything else. And so that's good to see that there's sort of a consensus on that this is actually the best calendar to have that's going to end up benefiting students, families, and staff, and the whole district. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for all the hard work. And this is not an easy chore to do every year, so thank you for doing that.
Yes,
Do we have a
absolutely.
motion? Dr. Pettis?
Yeah, happy to motion to approve the calendar as presented.
Second. Motion by Dr. Pettis, second by Dr. Muniz. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. President, right quick for our community, our calendar for next year will be posted this evening, so if they want to access that will be ready to go.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, our next item on the agenda is number 9, matters related to business services. First is Finance and Planning Committee report. Mrs. Ida Ambrose.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, interim superintendent, Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So last week on February the 4th, we did convene for a fiscal and planning committee meeting. We had 3 updates presented at that meeting. First was an update look on our levers. Enrollment was reported at 16,441 as of January 31st. The attendance rate being 93.64, which our goal, of course, is being 94.5 for this school year. So we're getting closer to that goal. We did talk a little bit about the property values that were received from the Texas Comptroller at local values. The last 2 years, they have been at the state values. State values are set at a higher valuation. However, there's also a reduction in state funding when we receive the state values. Local values are set at lower values, but there is no decrease in state funding. So this is definitely our preference. Tax values were set at a little over $5 billion, which could potentially provide a tax levy of $46.8 million, which is comparable to what our current levy is right now, and that equates to $2,847 per student. That was a question you had, Dr. Reinecker. Yes. Second on that committee was a presentation on our budget planning. Just a little update there. Budget season is in full swing. We had our first budget workshop in January with our directors and our principals. We have our second one scheduled for tomorrow at our HLC meeting with principals, directors, and secretaries. Our next finance and planning meeting in March will be our kickoff for our board budget workshops. And lastly, we provided an update on federal funding. We did discuss the OMB memo that was issued on January 27th, wanting to pause federal funding. However, that memo was rescinded. There's no changes in our federal funding. but the district is diligently monitoring any future changes and have implemented steps to be more proactive in case of any changes that come down. Are there any questions or any further comments from our chair?
Dr. Pettis, you chair that committee. Would you like to make any additional comments?
First of all, you're doing a great job. Really appreciate all the information. The preparation that goes into these meetings is very, very informative. I would sort of summarize that it seems as if sort of we've gotten over a phase in the last few months of sort of what I would call corrective measures to our budget planning and our, the way we go about not only just, making decisions for expenditures, whether they're human capital or vendors or assets or whatnot.
Right.
To sort of planning to make sure that we have the money for it, right? So coloring within the line, so to speak, right? Making
Correct,
sure
yes.
we're maintaining our budget, but also sort of always right-sizing the budget based on what's happening with the levers that we control, whether it's enrollment or, tax, dollars coming in and that kind of stuff. And so I think it's just a very smart way to sort of do business at the speed of business and with realities that we're facing.
Yes.
And so with all the threats out there, enrollment, to public funding and everything else, it's very good to be nimble, but always look at this. But more importantly, I love that you guys are sort of involving the entire organization, right? It's not just two people, the superintendent and our finance department, but it's also all the executive directors, the senior team, of course, starting there.
Yes.
Of course, our facilities, it's incredibly important. And then, of course, all our principals and that kind of stuff, and athletics and everything else. And so thank you for that. I think now we're moving into this phase where it's just sort of this regular cadence of just monthly updates,
Yes, sir.
kind of looking at those things. But then also now starting, it's a year-long, we're always planning the next year's budget, but formally starts, I guess, next month with the board starting the discussions early on. But I think it's amazing where we've come in these last few months, and again, I thank you, Dr. Corton, for your leadership, but also Ida, you've done an incredible job. So thanks for that. It gives
Thank you. I appreciate
us a lot of confidence, and we can sleep without having to sort of worry that no one's looking at these things with great detail and with that much fidelity to the taxpayers, purse strings
absolutely.
and the state's money and federal monies and everything else. So I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I want to also commend you and your staff you've done just an outstanding job these last several months. Like Dr. Pettis said, you've involved all the department heads, all the campuses, working with them to tighten those budgets, and just the work you've done with his committee and the board, keeping us apprised of everything. I know you've been working long hours, and we want you to know how much we appreciate it. So thank you for an outstanding job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is 9B, consideration for approval of awards of proposals and contracts. They're all in our packet here tonight. I don't think, unless somebody has a question on any one of them, I know everybody's had these before tonight. There's one that I may want to just call attention to, just to make sure that the public knows that we have a large kitchen equipment, which is $1.2 million, and that's all from federal funds that we receive. It's not out of our regular budget here, so, all right? So is there any comment on any of the other items? All right. If not, then we will entertain a motion on approval of awards and proposals and contracts.
Mr. President, I'd like to move approval of the awards and proposals and contracts as recommended by administration.
Motion by Dr. Reiniger. Do I have a second?
One second.
Seconded by Dr. Monreal. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, the next item is consideration of approval for budget amendments. Ms. Ida Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So here tonight, we do have a total of 9 budget amendments that we are presenting to you tonight. The majority of them being amendments where they're moving from one function to another, no change to the budget as it is already approved. The items that they're transferring funds to are for year-end activities at our campuses, such as promotions, top 12 banquets, and other year-end activities at our elementary, middle schools, and high schools. The last budget amendment, which is number 9, that one is actually for $9,000, and it is to help provide student travel and meals for our students that will be attending the RGV Livestock Show in March.
Okay. Are there any questions on any of these budget amendments?
Mr. President, I move approval of the budget amendments as presented.
Moved by Dr. Pettis. Do I have a second? Seconded by Dr. Muniz. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next item is 9D, consideration for approval of monthly tax collection information. Mrs. Ida Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So here in your packet, we do have our tax collection report as of January 31st. Pleased to present to you that we have collected so far $39.3 million. That is 84.49% of our tax levy. And that is actually a little bit higher, 1.7% higher than what we collected last year in January. So we're doing very well with our tax collections this year. The second page in that report includes our monthly recap for January, where you'll see the daily cash deposits from January 1st all the way through January 31st. You'll see there that our cash deposits were totaling $4.2 million for M&O and $916 million for our INS, for a total of $5.1 million in tax deposits. Are there any questions on our tax collections?
No questions. I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to move approval of the monthly tax collection information.
All right. Motion by Dr. Reiniger. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Second by Dr. Pettis. I want to compliment you again for giving us such a concise and easy-to-read report, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, unanimously. Next is E, 9E, consideration for approval of monthly financials. Mrs. Ida Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So here presented for you tonight are our balance sheets for general fund, food service, and debt service fund. On our first page there, you'll see our total assets for general fund is at $43.8 million, food service at $14.1, and our debt service fund at $11.4 million in total assets. We also have presented our total liabilities for general fund, food service, and debt service. And if you look further down, you'll see our total fund balance for general fund at $21.2 million, food service fund $13.1 million, and our debt service fund $5.4 million for our fund balance for our debt service. On the second page, you'll see our combined statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. General fund there is presented for you. If you look at the third column, that is our actual collections and revenues and our actual expenditures. So actual revenues for general fund as of January 31st, $105.8 million. Our expenditures are at $102.4 million. So that gives us a positive here on our excess revenues over expenditures. So you can see there at the bottom that we're holding steady at a $21.2 million fund balance for our general fund.
Okay.
The next page is our food service fund. Same thing, if you look in that third column, our actual, you'll see we've collected $9.2 million in our food service fund. That's including our federal funding as well. We have total expenditures of $8.4 million for a total fund balance there of $13.1 million. And then lastly, our last page there, we have our debt service, where we have collected $8.9 million, majority of that being our property taxes right in the INS. Expenditures at $7.4 million for a fund balance there of $5.4 million in our debt service fund. Are there any questions on our financial statements?
Any questions? Need a motion?
Move approval of the monthly financials as presented.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Pettis, second by Dr. Muniz. I do want to make one comment. We've had an increase of 3.4, or really 3.5 million in our fund balance in the last 3 or 4 months, so
Yes.
several months, so good work. Thank you.
Doing good. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next item is consideration for approval of annual investment report. Mrs. Ida Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So in your packet, we are presenting to you tonight our annual investment report for the period ending June 30th, 2024. And so as per our investment policy, we are to present to you an annual report. And so this is for last fiscal year. And so you'll look there, you can see that we have a total of investments of $27.2 million. The majority of that being in our local maintenance fund of 15.2, and then second, that was our food service of $10.8 million. Below that, you'll see the different investment pool accounts that we invest our monies in. We have Techstar, TexPool, Texas Term, Lone Star, and Texas Class. Their interest rates moving from 5.29 to 5.44.
That's good.
And our interest earned for the fiscal year 2024 was $2.2 million, which was very comparable to the interest that we received in 2023 for 2.2 as well.
These are good rates
Yeah, they were good
for
rates.
this time. They really are.
So included also in your packet are just some pictorial graphs for you to kind of see where we have been investing our funds. Majority of our funds are invested with Texas Class. Do we have any questions?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion for approval as presented.
All right, motion by Dr. Muniz. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Monreal. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, the next item is item G, consideration for approval of interim assistant superintendent to business operations to sign checks for the district. Mrs. Ida Umbreeze.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So tonight, we are requesting your approval for updating our signature stamp with our bank. We do bank with Texas Regional Bank, and as a requirement, in order for us to make any type of changes with them on our bank signature card, we do need to have this approved and recorded in our board minutes. And so I'm asking for you tonight to please consider removing the former Assistant Superintendent for Business, Mr. Raymond Mendoza, and adding myself as the interim Assistant Superintendent for Business Operations to be included with the signature with you, Mr. Powers, our Board President.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Muniz, seconded by Dr. Reiniger. Is there any further discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 9H, consideration for approval of order of election and notice of Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District trustee election. Mrs. Ida Umbreeze.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. We are presenting to you tonight the recommendation to consider approving our order of election for school board. We do have a school board set for May 3rd, 2025. This will be conducted by our Cameron County Elections Office. The two seats open are Eladio Jaimes, place 3, and Mr. Greg Powers, place 7.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the order of election and notice of HCISD trustee election.
Motion by Dr. Monreal.
Second the motion.
Second by Dr. Pettis. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 9I. You're almost done, Ida.
Almost done. Last one.
Well, you've taken, you got the bulk tonight.
I sure did.
All right. 9I. Consideration for approval of early voting clerk Remy Garza for HCISD Board of Trustees election, May 3rd, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. Administration does recommend that the board consider approving our early voting clerk as Mr. Remy Garza from Cameron County.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move approval of the early voting clerk Remy Garza for HCISD Board of Trustee election on May 3rd, 2025.
Motion by Dr. Reiniger, seconded by Dr. Muniz. Any further discussion? I don't know you really would miss this job, so. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Number 10, matters relating to district operations. A, Facilities and Safety Committee report by Mr. Oscar Tapia.
Board President Powers, members of the board, Dr. Corton. Facilities and Safety Committee meeting was held on February 4th. First items we talked about were grant-funded projects, starting with the new amphitheater at Lee Means Elementary School, 68% complete. I talked about the different phases they are on the amphitheater building and the restroom building and underground electrical infrastructure that's been installed. And then also the update on the emergency responders communication system at several schools, about 35% complete, a lot of wiring going on, installation of antennas, and we're just waiting for the equipment to come in so we can get all those systems hooked up. On the TRE programs, the doors and windows are about 85% complete. I gave an update on the windows and doors at Sam Houston and the new doors at South. HVAC improvements at the Harlingen High School South locker rooms. Those units have come in, but we're going to wait till the spring break to install them so that we don't disrupt the instructional period. And the new marquees, 35% complete. The marquees at Lamar, Bowie, and Bonham have been installed, and now they're working over at Memorial Middle School for that new marquee. A chiller line replacement at the administration annex, 55% complete. They finished the entire second floor. They moved on to phase 3 on the first floor. And then I gave an update on a project closeout for one of the last ESSER-funded projects, Central Air and Heat Services, and the amount of $34,472.65 for the central plant upgrades that we did at the Harlingen High School. And then Item Brees gave a financial report on the construction status for all these projects. And at this point, I'll turn it over to our Vice Facilities Chair, I believe was Mr. Powers.
Vice Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Hyman is
I
not here.
think you covered it well. It's just, like I said, we always say, we're lucky to have you, Oscar. You do just an incredible job, and your staff, and everything's in budget, and you're saving us money. It seems like all these projects are coming a little bit under what we had thought they were, and have some money left over for some of our other projects. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
All right, let's move on to the next one is item B, consideration for approval of final construction payment to Central Air and Heat Services, Inc. for the ESSER Central Plant upgrades at Harlingen High School. Mr. Tapia.
Board President Powers, members of the board, and Dr. Corton, and audience. This is the final payment, number 13, to Central Air and Heating Services for the Harlingen High School Central Plant chiller plant upgrades. The final payment is for $34,472.65, and I did discuss this at the Facilities Committee meeting, and board approval is required to release the final payment. So we're recommending approval at this time.
All right. Any questions?
I move approval for the final construction payment as presented.
Dr. Monreal has made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Reiniger. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number 11, adjournment to close or executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082 of the Open Meetings Act for the following purposes. A, discuss recent intruder detection audit findings. B, presentation of the School Safety and Security 3-year audit report. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discussion regarding personnel matters, including district teachers, administrators, and other certified employees. D, discuss employment of teachers and other professional staff. And E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consider and discuss employment of superintendent. And then F, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to employment of new superintendent. At this time, we are adjourned into executive session. I was wondering why you didn't laugh more on that.
You got to give him a thumbs up.
There we go. There you go.
All right. We are back in regular session, and item number 12 is to reconvene into open session. A is consideration for approval of employment of teachers and other professional staff. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we approve the employment of teachers and other professional staff as recommended by administration.
Motion by Dr. Reiniger. Do I have a second?
Second.
Go ahead, Gina.
Second by Dr. Monreal. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. The next item is B, consider and take possible action regarding superintendent search. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move to authorize Board President Mr. Powers to work with District Legal Counsel to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Pettis, a second by Dr. Muniz. Is there any further discussion on this item? If there's no further discussion, we'll all vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously, and we are in adjournment. Thank you.